Hello, hello. Hello, hello. So today we will be continuing the hunt for the far-fetched of the Galarian variety indeed. We have definitely a chance to be hitting double odds today, so maybe. Always a possibility indeed. Mhm. Mm. And yeah, I haven't literally done anything since yesterday. Literally done nothing indeed. So, yeah, Stoffel has found me. Nice, I suppose. Stoffel has found me indeed. Yep. At bottom. Getting going in a little bit. Just a moment. A few other things to do. Forehand. Done with those now. I'm not, first as usual, not too sure how long we'll be going. It really depends on how things are going, because it do be down to luck and everything, but at least if it's needed, I will be hitting the odds, or double the odds today. Thanks to last night's preparation and everything, we have a far-fetched immediately to be starting things with. Oh yeah, I could have been KOing it, but it's fine. Would have been needing to wait for a while for it to, the second one to be showing up anyway, so maybe it's better this way. Been crazy wind still going on. It's insane. It's insane indeed. Hoping to be getting something today, something cool and exciting. It will be very nice indeed. Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't get the best night's rest. Because I knew that today I was, you know, getting a phone call at some point. I wasn't too sure when, so you know, I'm not sleeping too well because I'm waiting for the phone call. Even though I know that I would be waking up to it, but still, you know, being a little bit afraid, do I actually? Then, yeah, after that it was hard to be falling back to sleep, unfortunately. But apart from that, not too bad of a day today. Not too bad of a day at all. But no. Let's see how much we can get done today in the maybe a few fishing encounters as well, if there is the aura kind there as well. But that remains to be seen. Quite a good possibility that that would be going on though. But yeah, hopefully everyone's having a good day today. I kind of told what kind of a day I'm having today, but apart from that, as I said, not too bad. Too bad of a day today at all. Quite a nice day indeed. One thing that is gonna be interesting to see is that one thing that will be interesting to see is indeed that when is gonna be like the next generation that we are not gonna really be having like different hunting methods? Because you know, Gen 3 and Gen 5 were, for example, one of those generations that there really isn't, apart from the usual, any hunting methods. I would like to say Gen 8, and I'm talking about the main series games, or the like what started the generation. There was like PDSB, there was a bunch of methods, and in Arceus there was a bunch of methods as well. But in Sword and Shield there isn't really that many methods. It's like the Dynamax Adventures. Oh, I didn't mean to go there. There is the Aura Pokemon. But they are a little bit harder to deal with. Yeah, there really isn't like hunting methods, in my opinion, in Sword and Shield. There is seeing quotes of chain fishing. It is chain fishing, but it's not the kind of chain fishing that you're used to. Don't know. Yeah. Especially if we're like gonna be keeping going with the overworld Pokemons. And again, I'm talking about new things, not like, you know, remakes, because remakes, they most likely are gonna be quite similar to the original ones. Which do be, you know, fair enough. But like... And I will say one thing. I wouldn't mind to be getting a shiny hunting method that wouldn't be increasing the odds that much, but it would be still like an interesting way to be hunting. Like, I'm not personally that into, you know, doing method hunting and whatnot. It's not my thing. But you know, every once in a while I like to be trying methods, so that's why I would be sometimes wishing that there would be like method hunts that you could be doing in Sword and Shield. As I said, Dynamax Adventures kind of, but like not really. Interesting ways to be seeing shinies in this game, though, that rarely people talk about, but fair enough. It do be quite a obscure way of, in quotes, hunting. I'm sure the cat would be enjoying, by the way, if we could be keeping our balcony door open, but the problem is indeed right now that there's such harsh winds going on, so it's getting quite cold inside. Also, last night they'd like clean our parking lot from like the winter and stuff. And Cat was first scared of it, but like once she saw it, she was like, "What is even that?" I was just very confused, and I was also kind of confused because the timing that they did like decide to be cleaning was after 9 p.m., which is like super duper odd. But then again, right now it's quite important that like roads and whatnots would be clean because there is so much dust in the air. So it's quite important that it's like getting done like now, because otherwise it's gonna be getting worse. That's always a problem also in summer times as well, that they should be, you know, they should be, you know, over the what is it, the summer, be like watering down the streets, so you know, just the dust doesn't get everywhere. 'Cause there has been like past few summers have been like crazy with the dust. It's quite unfortunate, you know. Of course, I don't want there to be dust everywhere, but what can you do? What can you do? Also, this year they need to be doing so much repairing for every road, basically. It's gonna be a ridiculous amount of money that they're gonna be spending on that, but this year the damage is insane. I guess the usual like way that it works in here. We're just gonna be having, you know, small patches patched up. And you know, the best thing to be doing, even though it's very expensive, is that they would be like ripping the entirety of the road away and then like do everything again. Which they have done for a few roads, and you know, they are very good now still. But then again, I will say that much, that I'm quite used to that the roads are bad. Okay, doobie what it doobie. Is this true? Oh yeah, also about the phone call that I did get this morning is that it also adds up to the pile of things that I have been going on both like this week and next week. It's a little unfortunate, but you know, stuff happens. It just is a little silly that even more things are stacking up. Even more things are stacking up indeed. Right. There we go. There's a doctor. I hope that I should have like always think of these things too. Like I should have been checking if there is someone there because I could be moving it to this place instead of far-fetched if there is nothing over here. I still can, so I'm gonna try to be moving the far-fetched to this patch of grass instead. So you know I don't need to be waiting forever there to be one. See, can I be getting it switched there? I mean, at least I give it a chance to be there. Ah, unfortunate. Encountering that one as well, because I know the other one is Swirlix there, which I don't want to encounter because why would I? I already have 2 of them. As well be encountering this one here as well. Bunch of Drifloons there is Drifloon like today, like Pokemon. No, it's not, funnily enough. Funnily enough, it's not in the Pokédex recommendation thing, so it's a little bit strange that it's showing up this much then. It is also another thing that I would absolutely love to be doing at some point, a Pokédex recommendation hunt. Like, you know, since if you have the... I think I have talked about it before. Since there is the Pokédex recommendation thing, that if it's recommending something, it's more likely to be appearing in that area. I kind of would like to do that kind of a hunt. I don't know really for who and in where. Because like I have most of the decks, you know, not completed, but I still have a decent amount of completed though. It's interesting to be knowing. It'd be interesting to be knowing indeed that what's going on in there indeed. I don't think that I have specifically a Pokemon in mind that I would like to do it for. I guess it, of course, you know, remembers. I guess it depends on who is gonna be the Pokemon that is recommended by the Pokédex recommendation thing. Oh yeah, another hunt that I would like to do, because for some reason I haven't still done it, is to be doing hunt in one of the mines. I haven't, like, of course, decided which one. It's, you know, 2 mines. But I would like to do a hunt in those, because I feel like those are one of the places that you don't really see people getting shinies as much. And there's pretty interesting Pokemons in both of them. It do be like surprisingly different from each other as well. There isn't like that many Pokemon that are repeating, at least, if anything. So that would be interesting to hunt in there. Like, ones that come to my mind that I would like to do in there is like Drillbur. Now I want to really look up to it. That's the one that comes to my mind. Mine. Number 1. Oh, Rock and Roll and Timber are the ones that are switching between the versions. It's interesting. Whoopit would be nice, but it runs away and it's kind of annoying. Roly Coly, but I think another idea for it. And I wouldn't mind to be getting a Timber, so if I get that, that's nice. There was indeed plenty of Drillbur in there. How about let's check out number 2 then. Color number 2 there. Shock Hole is interesting, it's only 5% though, which is annoying. Scraggy is there as an option. Wimpod and Noibat are again like ones that I wouldn't mind to be getting in there, but it's such a small area and Wimpod especially is like going so many different ways as possible. The Pineapple though. I actually want to check out Pineapple. Because I'm thinking like Pineapple is one of those Pokemons that I can specifically for Pineapple easily be hunting for. I know that Barbaracle is easy to be hunting in a good amount of games. But again, it's the situation that I'm thinking that the pre-evolution is like getting into a little bit of the shadow. It's not as easy to be hunting, which is always sad. Yeah, Ultra Games, it's only breedable. I thought so. And also, I don't know why. I'm always thinking that Pineapple and Barbaracle are Gen 5 Pokemon, but they're Gen 6 Pokemon. Yeah. Apart from X and Y, indeed. Yeah. Could be an interesting one. Because of course, like Barbaracle, I could be finding in the Dynamax Adventures, and if I really want to, I can also be finding it in Ultra Wormholes. Which is also like, I know what that bunch of people are doing it, like catching every shiny in, or regular shiny in the Ultra Wormholes. Because, you know, they are quite easy to be getting. Same thing like with French Safari, but French Safari, first of all, you get a bunch of more options, and I don't know, it's a little bit more enjoyable, I would like to say. As much as I like the Ultra Wormholes and riding in them, at the same time it kind of gets boring after a while. It's a cool feature, I like it. Haven't done it too much, but it do be nice. Oh, another one? Yeah. All the wormholes they do be nice and all, but I mean, I guess one of my main problems with it is that I think the first one you have to use, you know, motion controls or whatever it's called in 3DS. You have to be using that, and that's kind of a bummer. I mean, I will say that I wouldn't mind it per se. It's fine, whatever. At the same time, why? Like, even though, you know, 3DS is, you know, relatively small and everything, it still kind of feels awkward to be using it. And I remember that people, at least at some point, were complaining a lot about the... thing called... the Ocarina of Time 3D, like certain items were meant to use that way. To be fair, it was also kind of a thing in Wind Waker on HD on the Wii U. I think there was a way to be getting around it. But like it was indeed a way. I mean, at least the one good thing about using the like motion controls for the Ultra Wormholes is that it's not really like needing to be that precise, so that's nice. Yeah. I will say that I don't, like, in general, dislike motion controls, but I hate when you need to be doing precise things with motion controls. Oh, I got the thing. I'm on Route 4. I'm actually on Route 5. I got the thing. I don't know, motion controls are also another thing that I feel like they are still not really that good. Even after so many years. I mean, it do be, you know, understandable that it can be hard to be getting it to be in working like well enough. It doesn't need to be perfect because nothing ever is. It's the truth, but it just seems like, I don't know, it probably has, but it doesn't really feel like motion control things have really been like approved as much or improved as much. I mean, again, it really depends on what you need to do with it. I haven't played around with VR too much lately, so I don't remember how bad it is in there, but I think it's pretty decent in there. But then again, VR has the problem that you need to be having so much space on it, it's insane. Which, you know, again, be fair enough, but at the same time, like, it's not always as easy to be finding a bunch of space. Like, we do be having a bunch of space, but then the next problem is that we can be putting, like, the sensors in the right height. Like, that's the issue that we're gonna be running into ourselves. Because they need to be, like, in certain heights, at least the one that we have. It's very old, though. I'm pretty sure it's one of the, like, one of the first ones. So, you know, it has that going on for it. So, you know, it's bad because it's, like, so old, but at the same time, I really don't want to be spending too much money on getting a newer one. Especially because, you know, there probably is nowadays more things to do with VR, but there is unfortunately quite a limited amount that you can actually do with it. It's a cool thing, I will say that much, but a little annoying. Sometimes indeed. I will say one thing I do be finding quite interesting about Sword and Shield, though, is that I mean, then again, you know, it do be newer Pokemon games problem quite often that Noctowl is like very easy to be finding if you ask me. And then like Hoot is quite hard to be finding. Change. Anyways. But yeah. Like, Hood, yeah, it is easily available. Like, it's more available in the wild areas for sure. Noctowl is nicely available in the... right after Glory, mind you. Thinking, I don't think that there is a really good place to be getting that in this game. I know there's few places that I could be finding the Pokemon, but I don't think that there is like you know, you'd be getting a bunch of them. Let's go with pre-evolution then. So I can be... oh, that's... I can be... yeah, Chinchino. I don't think it's really available in... too many places. It's in Giant Gap, it's a Wanderer, yeah, and then like pretty much nowhere. It's the only way to be finding it in the wild, and it's, you know, in either in Max Raids or Dynamax Adventures. Thought so. This do be also liking, you know, they both are, you know, decent shinies. I'm still not the biggest of fan of Minchinos and Chinchinos shinies, but they're not bad. Not bad at all. I like that they are different. Considering that they are not that different normally color-wise. I like that they are nice and different indeed. I still will say though that we at some point need to be having the thing going about that you have a two-stage line where the colors are inverted. Like they're gonna be like two different colors normally, and when they're shinies they're inverted. We have few situations like that, but not like an entire line. With the two-stage line, it's easy to be doing, instead of like with the three-stage line, where it can be quite a difficult one. There is yet another Stuffle. There's too many Pokemon that I want to be using in my teams. Like at some point. Because I will say that overall I would like to replay something like the Alola games. I guess overall I would absolutely love to be replaying them more. But as a bunch of people know, there is a little issue with it, and it's just so many cutscenes. It's insane. There is, to be fair, there is still quite a good amount of unskippable ones in Sword and Shield and in Scarlet and Violet, but still. Because I really like the overall thing for them. There's few things also that I would like to be that I'm pretty sure that are mandatory, but it would be nice to be skippable. And it's the I don't remember the name for it, but the 4v1 or for all 4v1, the battling thing, the mask thing. You find a mask for the professor. I think it would be nice if it would be optional. Mantine surfing as well. Like, they are like all cool things, like once you first get into them, but annoying roadblocks when you want to be replaying. And would just like to, you know, be playing the game instead. What doopy though. I talked about it so many times that there is certain things that I think people would be hating less, but they just don't like them because they are a mandatory thing for the story. I mean, I guess like then people wouldn't necessarily know about them, and that would be a bad thing. But you know, sometimes you would just like to be going through the story without anything else going about. I think we can get today very close to be hitting 150 mark in an hour. Just very good, very nice. Indeed. We might be, I don't know, we might actually be getting over it. Huh? Okay, sure. Are they all having lipstick? No. Only 2 out of the 3 are. Only 2 out of the 3 are wearing lipstick there. But yeah, we're gonna be having an ad break soon indeed. Be having that indeed going about. Are you still watching out of the window, cheese? At this point, she usually is going to be going back to sleep. You know, she did get food and everything. Usually it takes quite a big nap after that, but... I guess outside is more interesting now. Ooh, far-fetched. Let's go. Long time no see, buddy. Not even continuing. Sad days, sad days. Curious. It's not too surprising, but it will be kind of sad that there isn't really anyone doing random encounters in this game. I mean, Dynamax Adventures, you know, fair enough. I mean, then again, they could be under Scarlet and Violet, of course, and doing their... Surprising. The usual things that I see that people are doing, either that they are doing the Dynamax Adventures or Legendaries. That's what I usually be seeing people be doing. I will be getting a few more encounters, then of course I'll be stopping for the break indeed. I guess I'll leave it there then. Started sooner than I expected. Interesting. Are we getting going soon? This beforehand. There we go. Still one day it's gonna be a thing that I've been waiting and checking out Pokemons and they've been making a lot of sound and they will be shinies. One day. Then again, I guess for that I should be doing more of the ones that I will be seeing visible encounters that do be doing that. Could be helping. Could be helping indeed. I think it is time for us soon. Be doing some spring cleaning in here. Hopefully gonna be washing the windows and everything. That's where we're kind of waiting for, so we can be washing the windows. So there was a leaf that was very close to the window flying by, and Jesus, the cat really thinking that she wants to catch it. It's interesting to see though if this year there's gonna be again birds gonna be like right at the window. I mean, just stopping by, they can't be doing anything and be like making a nest there because it's impossible. And even if they would, then, you know, there would be something done for it. I remember all the stories because we have like... I know that it's not really that common of a thing, like, pretty much anywhere. But we have like... in those windows that, you know, are meant to be open so, you know, you can get fresh air. We usually have, though, in those we have some sort of like... Is mesh the right word? I guess it could be. Like a mesh thing on the window, so, you know, bugs or birds can't be getting in, you know. And I have heard some stories that sometimes birds be making nests in those, and I don't know how. I don't know, I guess everything is possible. Yeah, I know it's not really a thing in too many places. Because I've like watched, like, I've seen few things and I'm like... people be confused, do we have those? And I'm like, yeah, that's quite normal. I don't really understand why in here. But then again, you know, less, you know, birds or bugs and whatnots coming in, the better. It could be partially because, you know, we don't really have AC, it's not that common in here, especially in like apartment buildings. It's very rarely a thing, and if it is, it's gonna be very expensive to be living in those. I guess it's like our way to be, you know, keeping place cool. That's indeed like one of the reasons why, one of the few reasons why I could be thinking why I would be hanging those. It do be what it do. It do be depending on a place, of course, like what kind they are. But in the places that I have personally been living in, they are like fixed in place. But there is, you know, removable ones, because I know some people want to be removing them for winter. Sometimes it is the case that the windows aren't gonna be completely shut if there is that in there. Because, you know, it's blocking it, but some people just don't want to be keeping them there. I mean, in a way, it kind of makes it probably last a little bit longer. It's definitely a possibility. Then again, as it is with so many things, things are living so much, so sometimes it's hard to be fitting like those things back when it's, you know, spring again and you would like to have those. Also, one thing that I'm very glad that it's quite normal nowadays that they do be making places in that way is that... What's in the other spot there? Is that... that there is quite often the case that the... Oh, it is far-fetched. That there is the balcony or whatever method that you have is usually having glass surrounding it, like it's closed in with that. To be liking it indeed, because of course like we have a cat, so if we want to have her hanging outside, it would be a good thing to be having some sort of a window there. We have been seeing what she does when it would be like fully open. She doesn't really care, it seems like. At the same time, better safe than sorry. Oh, well done this time. And there is other like good things honestly to be having, like closed like balconies and whatever my thing is that, you know, birds are gonna be getting less in, again like bugs and whatnots are less gonna be getting in. To be fair though, during the summer times we do be having them mostly open because, you know, fresh air is nice. And also, it's one of the only ways to be keeping the temperature on the balcony in a decent amount. Still ridiculously hot, but at least a little bit better, you know. But yeah, it is kind of unfortunate that, of course, like, it is kind of better to be, you know, getting the reading for, like, how high is the temperature from the shadow, but because we have the problem that the entire day, if sun is showing up, the entire day, it's gonna be, you know, on the balcony. Like, there is absolutely nothing that you can ever do about it. It's just gonna be the entire day. Which is also kind of problematic because, you know, you're gonna be getting so much, you know, heating. You're gonna be getting so much heating indeed. But yeah. But yeah. And the problem is because if you want to be, like, you know, growing something on there, we can't really be keeping that, you know, the hot air would be staying outside, because then it would be just, you know, in the balcony and it would be getting ridiculously hot. So yeah, it's a little unfortunate. Nothing that you can... Nothing that you can do but can live with it, you know? Not that big of a deal at all. Oh yeah, I did go to the grocery store yesterday and, you know, did buy some things for yesterday and, you know, overall, some things. So unfortunately my boyfriend is feeling a little bit under weather, but he'll be fine, he'll be fine. But yeah, I did find relatively cheap, like, fruits there. To be fair, it's about to be the time of year that you can actually be getting quite a good amount of local things to be selling in the store, so they are gonna be getting very cheap. And also, the prices are slowly but surely starting to be getting down. But it's definitely helping that, you know, summer is soon, so, you know, as I said, things can be actually be grown, like, outside. And more locally. I mean, most of the things that there's still, like, the year round, there is things from Finland to be selling, like cucumbers and whatever things, but into winter you kind of need them to be in warmer places that, you know, that costs quite a good amount of money. That's why in winter times, like, Finnish cucumbers and other things that would be requiring poncho, either sunlight or warmth, they are gonna be costing a lot. Because can't just be having them on the ground. Because it's literally like frozen. And not too many things can be growing in the frozen ground. There is few things that can. There isn't too many things. But yeah, to be nice. Can be waiting until summer like actually kicks in and there's gonna be people selling strawberries and whatnots. Nice and fresh strawberries, they are nice, but they're so expensive. I mean, I understand that, you know, most of the places that at least we have around here, because we live in kind of a smaller area, that they are like actually like handpicked and everything. In some other places it might be, you know, more of a machinery work, so, you know, I understand I'm paying for their work and, you know, it's not the easiest thing to be doing by any means. But yeah, it's nice. Oh, not crunch. I'm going to be using bug mousse first. But yeah, one of the like probably most interesting things, I think it's still a thing in here, but I don't see it as marketed as much. But like nearby cities in here have like one like salad, or not salad, lettuce branded. One that is brand that is like literally from like where I'm living in currently. And it's like it was at least at some point it was very like very big the marketing of that. Which is, you know, nice. And yeah, we in here we using for word salad for both the things, both the salad and lettuce. Wait, I have only one word for those two. That's why I sometimes be mixing those two up. Don't know why, but it's me. Let us. I don't know. There's like weirdly a thing that I would kind of like to do that I like had to do when I was a kid. And so I think it's wrecking leaves, you know, leaves be falling down from the trees. I don't know why. Because like it is still like done either two ways, either like when they are falling down or in the spring when everything has, you know, fallen onto the ground. It's the usual ways to be dealing with that. It really depends though, like what kind of trees you have and how early they do be dropping them. Because, you know, some trees do drop them a lot earlier than others. Yeah, I don't know why. I will say that much that we didn't have the greatest of equipments ever for it. Ours were very bad. They were very old. And also they were like the, you know, the where you would be grabbing onto it, it was most of them were made out of wood. And you definitely wouldn't be getting anything to your hands from them. Nah. We then did start buying, you know, more of the plastic ones, and I kind of like them more for the reason because I didn't need to be scared that I would be getting, you know, I wouldn't be getting something to my fingers. But they were, to be fair, a lot like easier to be breaking. Of course, you know, they are made of plastic instead of like hardwood. And I would like to say that probably nowadays there isn't too many of those in stores because need to be cutting down on the plastic. Fair enough, fair enough. There is one thing that I hope that I can find. I haven't really been looking for it, to be fair, but I hope that I can find it like somewhere in relatively cheap. Is reusable straws. Because like we don't use them too often, but you know they would be nice to be using every once in a while. But also I don't want, you know, the ones like made out of paper. I don't really want those. And you know, plastic ones, they... Has it been... It's been like 3 years they haven't been able to sell them. It's been a long time since they, like, had to stop selling them. I think it was like at the first it was that they had to stop, like, you know, making them. But then, you know, they could be still selling the rest of the stock that they have. So, you know, it wouldn't be going literally to waste. But then at some point, like, even if they would be having them left, they would need to be, like, getting rid of them. Because I remember that some time ago there was, like, a huge sales on a few places. That, you know, they needed to just be getting rid of the stock of the plastic straws. Because they just can't be, you know, selling them anymore. Then again, you know, I'm not that big of a, like, thing for that everything needs to be reusable, because unfortunately there is so many things that just can't be reusable. But of course, like, I would be preferring... I don't really want to be using a thing only once. Because, like, I know that it's, like, of course more expensive to be buying the reusable things for, like, pretty much anything, but, you know, in the long run, you'll be saving money. In the long run, indeed. And also, one thing, speaking of, like, environment and things, one thing that I have never really understood is that, like, we have a kind of trash cans everywhere. Like, That's the thing. We have like trash cans anywhere in public. You know, sometimes randomly just, you know, on the streets where, you know, people will be walking by. But there is the thing that it usually is like younger people that do it. There's like always ridiculous amount of like fast food wrapping and whatnot just on the parking lot. It's so stupid. Why? Because I think overall in here we don't have that big of a deal, like that big of a problem with the fact that there would be a bunch of like trash on the ground. Which, you know, I'm quite happy with, that we don't have that big of a deal with that. It's just like, why? And also because they're like, you know, there's the fast food trash on the parking lot. People don't really want to be parking there. You know, understandably. You don't know, like, what could be in them. It could just be, you know, fast food, fast food trash. Like, there could be something else. I don't know. I don't know what there could be done for preventing that, but I wish there would be something. Like, at least I personally, I want to, if I can't be finding a trash can somewhere, I'd rather be having the trash in the car and then, you know, throw it out when I'm at home. Yo. Yo. No. It's the wrong 5%. And that is rarer to be finding when I'm KOing the Farfetch'd. Because Farfetch'd gets the extra roll. I'm hoping that I could be escaping from those swirlies. It would be lovely if I could. I was just thinking like how painful it is always to be try to be getting, you know, sizzle weight. How would a Sizzlebeat be looking like in Scarlet and Violet? How small it would be. I mean, to be fair, I don't think the Sizzlebeat is that small, but you know, it has the thing that it's very flash. It's like very, very flash. Let's see Sizzlebeat's side. You know, the dude be long. It's just this, you know, very flat. Very short. .7 meters or 2 foot and 4 inches. And 1 kilogram or 2.2 pounds. But yeah, Sizzlebeat, I would like to say that definitely would be one of those Pokemons that would be like the size is like measured by the length instead of height. I don't know why I'm thinking that. It's also like a thing that I would be kind of wishing to be the case in Pokédex actually, that there would be like there would be like the height or whatever it is. It could be like two different things. Oh. It could be either the length or the height of the Pokemon. And I would be wishing that there would be like some sort of like indicator which one it is. Is it length or is it height? Yes, I would like to, as I said, say that Sizzlebeat would be one of the ones that would be, you know, measured in the length. Let's see then, you know, Sandy Scorch. What it looking like? I like that you can, you know, be measuring the height of the Pokemon when it's Gigantamax, but hey, height or weight is like impossible. Yeah, height is 3 meters or 9 foot 10 inches. And I would like to again say that probably Sandy Scorch is as well, like lengthwise. Because I think it's like about, like, if it's like that standing, it's a little bit under like player's height, and I don't think that the player is that, you know. I don't think that player has that much height. But it's 120 kilograms or 264.6 pounds. Hefty one. I wonder where the weight actually comes from. Or Sandy Scorch. But you be what it do be. I have a feeling that cat is gonna be coming to the table soon because she is eating the rest of the food that she's gonna be getting for now. If the usually she comes to thank us when like she gets rest of her food. I never know. You never know about that cat. What is on her mind? Apart from food. Food is always on the mind, you know. Gonna check out once again. Nothing. Oh, is that stuff? Oh, let's go. Will the next one be an immediate encounter? I don't think it is gonna be. I think it's like too far away, but it could be. It is an immediate encounter. Let's go. It's the immediate encounter thing is definitely one of those things that I would wish that there would be a consistent way to be making immediate encounters like that. Be very cool. You know, in some games you can use like sweet sand and stuff like that. That would be the way to be getting immediate encounters. What do we do? I'm just trying to think with the grass only thing. You know, I think indeed because I'm predicting that we can get like immediately quite a good amount of progress done there. You know, immediately. I think that is indeed a big possibility. Thinking maybe 2 more charms and it would be done. It's not like it's that far away from like getting it done. I mean, I didn't get too many batches last time, but the next 2 gyms are so quickly from one another, and so is like after the story thing, so is the last 2. They're really close to each other. What a watch is gonna be the situation though. But yeah, still a thing that I think, especially nowadays, with if we're gonna be keeping going with overworld, and you can be going anywhere kind of Pokemon games. We need the Pokemons to be closer to the levels of the gym that is nearby. Surely, grinding isn't as bad as it used to be, but still. Or it could be even the case that we would actually be going with the scaling gyms, and with that be having scaling wild Pokemon as well. Like, imagine if that would be the case, that you could literally be challenging every gym leader in what order, because their levels are always like, if it's the first one, it's gonna be this and this level, and so on. Like a truly open world one. I would like to say quite unlikely, but I still have my hopes up for it though, that we would be having that going on. Like, I will say that I wouldn't mind that, let's say that there is still like intended like gym order that you're supposed to be going. So let's say that on the ones that are like, or should be like later game things, that they would be having either more Pokemon or higher level Pokemon. It would be like small changes like that, still like some would be considered to be a lot easier than others, Gonna be interesting to see indeed. Actually KO you this time. Let's just run away. Oh. The mic by accident. We're gonna be having another break soon indeed. Of course, as usual, breaks are a good way to be getting something to drink, something to eat. Take a break in other shape or form. Bunch of boosted ones today, though. There's been like a few Wobbuffets, a few Stuffles, and I think also Minchino or two. I don't think there's actually been a Farfetch'd yet. We'll be getting there, we'll get there. It's gonna be someday a Farfetch to be having. Or today that there's gonna be a Farfetch that has still a little boosting. Definitely. Believe. And also a few swirlicks as well. Thinking maybe I can be getting like 2 to 3 more depending on how many are gonna be in this place in here. You could be indeed doable. Maybe one more. Guess I need to be walking Tweed. Then well, we'll leave it there for a moment. Go on with the ad break and then be getting checks then. Let's get going then. It's too many things for her to be watching. You can't give uh, I will say that I do be kind of hoping that there isn't gonna be too much on the windy side for that long. Really hope for that indeed. Not like it's bad or anything, but it's a little bit annoying. Unfortunately, I think there is gonna be quite windy weather for a little while indeed. It's Minchino, I thought it was a Swirlix. Then again, they do be hiding behind the tree, so fair enough. For nothing indeed. I don't know, I have in mind that I would be using Minchino slash Chinchino at some point, you know, when I'd be doing playthrough of, you know, because I have, you know, heard and I have noticed that they are quite nice Pokemons. Like, surprisingly good. For just, you know, being a normal type. They could definitely be having some other typing, but it's not necessary. But then again, I would like to say that even though they didn't switch to being fairy types, I have a feeling that if they would have been introduced a generation later, Fairy would have been quite a good candidate for them. I don't know, they just seem like they would be. Could be fairy types. Even a normal fairy. There is a decent amount of normal fairies, though. Surprisingly. You know what could be like still kind of interesting to be seeing, and I would have been wishing it would have been the case. Clefairy originally being, you know, psychic type, or the entire line of course, and then like when fairy was introduced they would be switching to being pure fairy instead. Another interesting type combination that I would like to be seeing again is Ice Fairy. Another one that we have is fine and I don't mind it at all, but what if we would be getting another one? Don't know really what it could be. Could be quite nice to be seeing, of course. And also maybe Poison and Ghost could be a little bit more common of a type combination. Just, you know, slightly. Just slightly, indeed. Let me check because I think that we did just get a legendary with that type combination. Gonna double check though. R&D 1. Yeah. And because I was thinking that it would be nice to be getting a dark round legendary, but yeah, we just did get one. But you know, it's never too late to be getting more. We'd always be having more than one. To be fair, even though there is, especially now, there is a very good amount of dark legendaries. It could be more. Definitely a one that I feel like there could be more of is Fairy. Again, there is a very decent amount of them, but I think that there could still be more Fairy legendaries. You know, taboos are nice and all, but some other ones as well. There do be other options though, but you know, more would be nice indeed. Again, even though we did just get a Poison and Fairy one, I think that would be an interesting one again to be getting. Maybe the story behind that legendary could be that it is destroying things, but you know, restores them and makes them better. And also there is the thing that I'm kind of thinking that the loyalty, they weren't originally, you know, poison types. I would like to say, I think it's thanks to the toxic chain that they did catch. So yeah. Would definitely be an interesting thing to be seeing though. Poison Fairy, either Pokemon mythical or legendary that would be, you know, destroying things, making them better afterwards. Kind of feel like it's kind of a generic thing to be doing, but I don't know. Could be cool. Because we have a bunch of, you know, Pokemons, specifically legendaries that, you know, are either destroying things or creating things. So what if we will be having both at once? Would that be an interesting thing? Or what if the first, like, actual 3 types owning Pokemon would be a legendary that would be having 3 hits? I mean, it would be kind of predictable, but at least it's easy to be making it make sense, you know? It would be easy to be making sense indeed. I think that cat really knows today still where to be. Yes, reaching quite a good amount of the place that you're staying in. Are you gonna be coming into my table? And I can make you room if you want to. You want to be coming to the table? Want to help me out, you know? As you do? Yeah. Oh, not the bag. Let's make you some room then. Shall we? You know you can be having space that you need. I know you can see things that you can't be seeing otherwise. Well, that was a short visit. We're soon at 8k though. Then about 200 to go, and then it's indeed 2 times the odds. Then indeed. number 1000. This Farfetch is the one to be breaking it. Oh. Wonder how interesting a game it would be to be like if they would be making the case to be that the virtual console games on the 3DS that they would be having like the physical special split. How interesting that could have been made indeed. I think the types are a little too much to be adding. But what if been having this physical special split the way that it is? Because that is still one thing that makes sometimes certain Pokemon pain to be using, because type was either physical or special based on what type it was. And like if you go back to those games with, you know, knowing that physical and special split exist, you can be thinking that certain moves are bad even though they are good for that Pokemon even. It's just unfortunately how things were. Because even though I do be knowing about it and everything, It's still to be very, very annoying. Because it's not like I'm used to be using quite a good amount of those Pokemons myself. And you know, at the same time, I kind of know that it's there. I don't know, it would be nice indeed. I'll double check that anything or any or the other of the other two aren't what I want. I think they aren't. Yeah. Better to be double checking though. This doesn't really hurt at all. Oh. Well, I guess I need to KO you then because I ran into you. Unfortunate, unfortunate. Didn't run into you at all. Oh yeah, I was thinking that I think that move False Swipe should be a move that is neutral against any Pokemon. Because, you know, it has its own gimmick that, you know, it's always gonna be leaving the Pokemon at least with 1 HP. So, you know, why couldn't it be just a neutral move on anyone? And, you know, be able to hit everyone as well without any other ways of doing and stuff. Like there do be the case of there do be the case of the Like, you can beat in ghost types, of course, if you don't have Scrabby. Like, why couldn't it be just neutral on anyone? Full swipe. As I said, it has its own very specific purpose that it's meant to be using for, which is, you know, KOing Pokemons. Or almost KOing Pokemons. Because sometimes, you know, even if you would be level 100, if the dude is high enough in levels and resisted, you are not gonna be able to get it down with just one full swipe. Also, another thing that I would be kind of hoping to be... I really hope that it's gonna be in the next Pokemon game, but I would be hoping that it will be improved. Is the camp/picnic thing. Because, like, both times, like, it has its usage for sure. Both, you know, be making food and, you know, Pokemon can be resting there. But I would be wishing that there would be even more of a use and, you know... I guess it wouldn't be that bad if, like, every once in a while, like, after you have done certain things like defeating a gym leader or whatnot, the game would be, like, asking you, do you want to be taking a picnic and stuff? Because I'm pretty sure it kind of, like, the game, like, asks you that if, like, when you do be defeating certain things in, or you get certain things in the Alola games, it asks, do you want to be taking a picture because your Pokemon evolved and whatnot? You know, draw attention to the feature, but still not, like, it being in your face kind of way. I mean, they do be good thing for one thing. Easy friendship. Very easy friendship indeed. Which is still always one nice welcome. The less time I need to be spending on that, the better. Because yeah, I like the idea that we have a feature that we will be able to get friendship nice and easily and, you know, be able to, you know, feed a Pokemon. But I would like to say that I don't want it to be a kind of feature that you have to be doing it. I want it to be optional, but, you know, that there will be, like, nice benefits if you're doing it. And for example, would be otherwise be harder to be doing, like friendship. There could be other kind of benefits as well, of course. Oh, it's boosted. Actually quite perfect because there is indeed the footage there that you are boosted. And hopefully be spending less time on waiting. It might be a little bit of a biased, of course, but I would be hoping that we'll be getting another game style like Sword and Shield, that, you know, there's the random ones and then there's the visible ones. It could be that one of those things that is oddly just for one game, even though it's not like specifically... It's not like specifically right for those things, you know? But yeah. But yeah, I don't know. And again, I do be liking random encounters, but then again, if I really want to be doing random encounter things, then, you know, be going back to the older games. It's just be nice to be having both. And you know what could have been kind of good, the cool thing if they do be doing a Sword and Shield again? Is that kind of do what, like, you can be getting in the Poke Radar in, at least, you know, in the Shino games. I don't know how it works in the other games. But, you know, there is, you know, the sparkling patch, but then technically any patch of grass could be shiny, you know. Have, you know, that to be the case. But, you know, instead of that, but have, like, some of these overworld ones could be, like, shiny. And, you know, those would be guaranteed shinies, but then it's still, like, any single one of the random ones could be shiny, and that would be full odds. That kind of way. And maybe for only those, the KOing thing would be doing something, you know. There we go. I kind of like one thing though about each of the Switch Pokemon games is that all of them feel unique. Like, they are quite a good amount of different from one another. Of course, you know, there's like certain things for every Pokemon game that is gonna be different, like region and whatnot. But I like how different they are. Like, surely does it make it a little bit harder to be picking up any of the Switch games, Switch Pokemon games, one after the other? Absolutely. But at the same time, they do be giving them its own personality, you know. They do be nice and different from one another. Oh, another one with an aura. First being countering, indeed. Because sometimes it's very unfortunate of a case that, you know, there is like a game series and they all feel the same. Pokemon has never really had that kind of an issue, apart from, of course, like there's two versions of the same game. That, you know, those two be feeling similar to each other, but I don't know. It could be because I've played a bunch of the Switch Pokemon games that, like, I can see very well the, you know, the difference between them. Yeah, I think every game in the game series or whatever series it is, everything that is part of a series should always be feeling like every single one of them should be feeling like they belong together, but they are its own thing. Then again, to be fair, a bunch of places do be doing it like that, so that's nice. It's always unfortunate when that doesn't happen, and then you're kind of... And you're just kind of disappointed that you're basically just playing the same game, but with most likely less bugs. Of course, then again, there doesn't need to be, but it's nice if there is the, like, little things in the games, in the series, that there is references to the older games. Be quite nice indeed. Because, you know, then if you have played them before, you know you can be seeing things that you haven't seen before. You can see things that you have seen before, and if you play them like in a random order, aka not in the order that they were released, you can be then like be experiencing like the reference that they are talking about when you're playing the other games of the series. As I said, Pokemon-wise, there is definitely a very good example of, you know, the Temple of Shino or whatever it is called. That, you know, there do be the explanation why it is looking the way that it is. Of course, you know, as there always should be like a little bit of mystery. And you know, as nice as it would be to be having everything explained, there's always a certain charm for a little bit of mystery. I'll leave things to your own imagination kind of a ways. There we go. My sounds were accidentally going lower. And hear things as well. Now they good, now they good. But that... Sure, let's just go back to its place. I have a feeling that I'll be encountering it soon indeed. I don't know why, I just have a feeling for it. For some odd reason, there is indeed. It's like it has happened before. Or something like that. I think one thing would be kind of silly to be having in a Pokemon game is to be having, like, you know, those lures and whatever things in some Pokemon games. But instead of making them that, like, things are more likely to be appearing, maybe it could be instead that things are having the thing that you're using has some sort of like field around it, and it will be like drawing Pokemon into the field. It would definitely be a strange thing, but why not? Soon it is only 100 more to go. Soon indeed. I think we should be able to hit that before the next break indeed, if you know it is needed. I think indeed. Well, we'll see. Anything is always possible. Anything indeed. So it could just, you know, popping out of nowhere and end it there. And yeah, thankfully it's like nice and easy to be knowing when you're double the odds without, you know, of course, charm in 4K games, because it's, you know, literally like split in half the things indeed. So, you know, that is indeed quite nice. As you know, what they could have just been doing. Make it be kind of a random number. Not a boosted swirlix. What do you mean by that? Also, that thing counted twice. I'm just gonna be counting the swirlix. I know that I have like a few of you in the battle number. Shouldn't be that much. Well, thank you. You can be getting far-fetched. Indeed, maybe far-fetched could be boosted though. It would be making sense if it would be. No, why wouldn't it be the one that would be making the most sense? Soon something like Drifloon will be doing it, even though it is I think impossible because I don't think that the battle number is anything but 0. And I'm pretty sure it needs to be at least 1 in order for it to be working. Maybe I can squish in one more. Let's pause in here. We'll see then. There's Farfetch there. Okay, I don't need. Oh. Can't see you, you're behind the tree. I mean, I would have been going back for it anyways. I'm thankful I don't need to be trying to be moving far-fetched anywhere. Is there some Minchino there? Yeah, we'll be waiting in here for a little while. More or less 3 minutes. Getting going soon. There we go. Gonna do everything in here first, of course, and we'll be switching to the Farfetch one. There could always be Farfetched happening in here as well. Unfortunately, it doesn't really seem like it so far. Indeed. Oh, there is. It's unfortunately only one in here, so you know I need to be waiting for a while for the next one to be spawning in. Otherwise, I wouldn't be caring as much, but you know, since I get the extra roll, I really want to be seeing if it is going to be happening or not. I haven't gotten really, like, long streak of Farfetch today. I did get, like, a nice one yesterday. And I think it was, like, 5 or 6 that I did get. And it's usually around, like, 3, 4 that I get. It isn't that much better, but hey, it's still something. I don't remember exactly what is my longest one, but I remember it being like maybe 8. But we'll see, we'll see. Nicest trick we can get from this, the more that we can see them. So that do be indeed very nice. Unfortunately, a little bit over 10 to go with this one, and then we need to be switching who is in front. It seems like we're a little bit on the unlucky side today. The amount of Farfetched. To be fair, I have been running away from some of them, so there to that be. But still, I've been relatively unlucky with them. I don't need to be adding the counter for this because it again double counted. Yeah. But then again, it's like with any kind of low encounter on that. The amount of UC of the target is never that good. Because unfortunately, you know, low encounter being low encounter. Hmm. Maybe it's gonna be like another like half an hour than we thought. Maybe a little less. Definitely will be eating that before the next ad break. Definitely indeed, because the game definitely isn't gonna be proving me wrong. The game's never proved me wrong when I'm saying things. So it's always good to be saying things that you want to be happening. The game doesn't let them to be happening. Sometimes, you know, the reverse things works very well. You're saying what is gonna be happening, but you secretly don't want it to be happening, then you know the game knows not to be making that to be happening. I was just running away from there, even though there wasn't the other one spawning, and I was just assuming that it's gonna be something that I don't want to right now be encountering. I still will say that I don't know what happens at the moment that when I'm I've caught 2 of each in this place. Apart from, the Farfetch'd, because, there is evolution for you. There's an evolution for Stuffle, Minchino, and Drifblim, and Drifloon. And then there is the gender variation with the Wobbuffet. It's gonna be an interesting one. Then I could always be resulting into the kind boring one, which is to be having the run around until I find Farfetch'd. It is just kind of boring, and that's why I would like to not result in that. And also, like, the problem with that is that the amount of encounters that I can do is gonna be going quite a good amount of down. Because, it's less likely to be seeing it. Than anything else in here. Bunch of Stuffles right now. Imagine if they would be making a Let's Go game at some point, like closer to like when in quotes we're not gonna be getting new Pokemon games ever. Imagine if at that point they would be making a Let's Go game that you could be catching any Pokemon in. Literally be catching anything and everything you want. Then again, to be fair, Pokemon Go most likely is gonna be like that at some point. Surely it might be taking them years to be getting into the point, but still, a possibility. Oh, thank you for the follow. It's interesting to be seeing though. Like actually, like, is Pokemon Go first gonna be like stop being a thing, or will it be having every Pokemon available in them? Because unfortunately, I think at some point Pokemon Go is not going to be a thing anymore. Because, like, I guess the main issue is that, you know, that it needs to be having, you know, things to be doing in real life time. And, you know, I think that Pokemon Go would be one of those games that, you know, wouldn't really be working if there wouldn't be servers on it. Because I think most other Pokemon games so far have been and could be working even without. Even without, indeed. I don't really know. Because the thing is as well, that, you know, Pokemon is... it is going to be kind of stopping at some point. At least, if nothing else, they will stop, like, releasing new Pokemons. It's just gonna be, you know, regional variants or things like that. Just, you know, remakes. Which is, you know, scary, but kind of the unfortunate reality of things. But yeah, I think there's still gonna be a decent amount of time before that happens. I would like to say so. I would like to even predict that I wouldn't be seeing the end. If, like, things are, of course, gonna be keeping going how they're going right now. Because you never know when all of a sudden things happen. But yeah. I think if the things are gonna be going the way that they are right now, it's quite unlikely that there will be, or I will be seeing Pokemon be gone. Like, there wouldn't be any new things going for it. I think it could be definitely possible that they would at some point like slow down with, you know, with the games and such. And there wouldn't be that many games released in a certain amount of time. I wouldn't necessarily mind it, as I always be appreciating when games have enough time that they have enough time so they can make it to be, you know, a good game. It's not like Pokemon games aren't good, but you know, that they wouldn't be necessarily straight away requiring a big update. It is quite likely that, as I said, something is always gonna be going to be missed and stuff like that. That is just gonna be the way. There is some things that definitely are gonna be missed. In the games, indeed. Okay. I have high hopes for ZA, though, that ZA isn't gonna be doing that. Because like Arceus gives me quite good Arceus gives me quite good thoughts that it wouldn't be the case. But then again, you never know. Of course, I will say that as much as you remove, you know, things from the game, the less likely that it's gonna be broken. As I said a bunch of times before, I think one of the reasons why Arceus was working so well as it did is because of the fact that it didn't have battles and very limited online thing anyways. But then again, you know, doesn't need you. I will say one thing that would be kind of cool to be seeing in a Pokemon game at some point. Kind of wild Sword and Shield they do that you can, you know, be seeing if you're connected to the internet. You can see random players be walking about. But you know, it was, and it still is, not the greatest looking thing. You know, have it instead that there is like random people selected, then you would be in a city and there would be, instead of an NPC, they would be replaced by random players. I think that could be kind of cool. I don't like what a festival plaza they do, but you know, improve on it. That could be a thing indeed. I guess that could be a cool way to be making like random players to be appearing in the game and it not be looking too bad. But then again, it doesn't need to be. It could be just a thing. could be always a thing, so maybe. We'll see one day. That might be happening. Maybe one day. Oh. Didn't see you there. Thankfully, I do be having still moves left. Otherwise, you know, struggle would be an option. It's another reason why I always be switching to someone that has actual moves to be using. Because then, you know, I can for sure be knocking down the wobble fights if I accidentally do be running into them. But you know, happen. At least we can get nice encounters from that little accident. It's the good thing about accidentally running into things that you don't need to be running into. Even though this time it was only one bottom. You never know. Could have been it. Could have been it indeed. Even though I'm not sure how they sort of like actually counted, like what is counted that this and this is gonna be in there and such. I think it's gonna be pretty random because I think the only way to be increasing the odds for a certain Pokemon to be appearing is to be KOing it. Hello. Farfetch'd. No, there indeed. I hope another one didn't spawn in there. If there did, then unfortunate, but there might be. I mean, if it's not a Farfetch, I'll wait a little bit. Wait a little bit indeed. Something I wanted to be encountering anyways. Are you gonna be the final one in here and there's gonna be yet another Wobble Fett there? Or what are you gonna be doing? Sure? More Wobble Fetts. It's again feeling like one of those days that am I not aware that today is like a special day for Wobble Fetts? Or what's going on? Oh. I hate when you just like run past the dude. Just barely, you know. It happens like that, unfortunately. Oh no! I'm running out of moves. 2 more with this and then I need to be switching to someone else. I'd be in this streak then? With the Farfetch'd? Would they keep coming like that? Well, we'll see, we'll see. We'll see about that. Doesn't seem like it though. Unfortunately. That was a pretty nice streak though of, you know, Farfetch there. I think it was 5, so that's pretty nice. 4 in a row technically. Well, 5 like in total. For, you know, reappearing after knocking down 1. I think it might be time to be switching who's in front then. Because I did see the funny fella down there. Might be indeed. Worry all the time then. Quitting game doesn't really go on when you are in the menu. So I can spend as much time as I want in here. Because I preferably don't spend too much time there, but at the same time it doesn't really matter that much if I would be spending a long time there. That is unfortunately 2 times the odds. Just like that. Unfortunately, indeed. Next big number will be 10k. Then after that, 4 times the odds. 4 times? Yeah. We just skip the another 3 times the odds. Just go straight to 4 times the odds. I really hope I don't need to be going again 4 times over odds. Or 4 times the odds. Like what happened with the certain century. But there is still a long way to be going for that to be happening, thankfully. I'm kind of curious about one thing I'll be checking out it shortly. Be getting into the next 100 and then I'll be checking it out. I'm just, you know, curious that what is the what is Roly-Coly's number defeated? It should be too high, right? Shouldn't be too high. Oh, we'll see. Right after I run away from this, basically. Let's see, what is it? Shouldn't be that far away on the list. Really still, you know, decently far away, but it shouldn't be that far away. I have caught one even. It's a 2. If you had a bunch more charcoal. Wonder why that is. It is definitely one of those things that you would like to know. Why is charcoal so high? Oh, I know why charcoal is so high, because Dynamax Adventures. That has to be the reason why it's so high. Like, otherwise it doesn't make any sense at all why it would be that high. understand that it's counted, but at the same time, why is it counted? It doesn't make the most amount of sense why it would be counted, you know? It's another boosted relics. I'm just afraid of running into one of them. That to be the different color one. A little bit afraid of that indeed. Well, maybe we don't need you. Maybe we don't need you. If I will be running out of bite with this, it's gonna be absolutely insane. Boosted Stuffle. Anything but a Farfetch Day game. Farfetch couldn't be boosted. Impossible. Impossible for it to be boosted indeed. As soon as 600 encounters. Once again. As soon indeed. Then again, it will be almost at 4 hours, so makes sense. Because around 150 encounters in an hour makes sense indeed. I was thinking maybe 750 today. That's more what I was thinking. And a little bit 100 less than yesterday, but we'll see when we get there, of course. If I feel like going for more, then I, be going for more. If I want to be going for less, then it's always an option as well, but I was thinking that indeed. Yeah, 8,400 at that point. If of course this keeps going on, I don't find anything. Should be. I'll double check that. Yeah. I'd be wondering though, like, even though there really isn't that big of a reason why certain cries, especially the older ones, are what they are. But I wonder what is the reasoning for Boba Fett's cry. It's an interesting one, but why is it the way that it is? And definitely would be one of the ones that they could have been changing when they did change quite a good amount of the cries in the first place. I will say that I do be hoping that there isn't gonna be too many changes to the cries, because, you know, they do be nice and everything. Then again, you know, it do be understandable that they did switch some of the cries for sure, because some of them, as I said before, they're not really sounding that nice. They are kind of annoying to be listening to. As I said, a great example is Spinnerax. It's a screeching and it's not the most enjoyable thing ever for everyone. I don't like it personally at all. Okay. I don't think that there is really a reason for them to be, you know, making the cries again or something like that. They are quite nice the way that they are. Seems like it's a little bit a quarter of an hour from the encounters. It doesn't all of a sudden be... it doesn't all of a sudden be changing, of course. We're getting a bunch of encounters in short periods of time, you know. Could be, could be. You never know. Maybe they will be implementing to this game kind of feature that I talked about. Nice. Out of nowhere, drilling. Love to see that. At least I will say that much that since one of the neighbors did leave there a long time ago, that it hasn't been too often. Because she's was it annoying like every week. Kind of a thing. But yeah. Then again, to be fair, what I'm used to in here, that is usually over the weekends that they will be doing things, but and no necessary things to be getting done when they need to be getting done, you know. So fair enough. But yeah, we're gonna be having soon another ad break indeed. I'm gonna be having that indeed. Yeah, I do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that you be hunting indeed. Hopefully you can get whatever you're looking for or get something. Hopefully indeed. And for more encounters would be nice to be getting them. Might be only 3, but I'll try to be getting a 4th one there as well. If not, then you know I'm just gonna be standing on out here then. Let's encounter this stuff real quickly. There we go. Yeah. Break time indeed. I'll be getting going soon then. That indeed. Bunch of Farfetch to be showing up. That would be absolutely just, you know, something that is a little sparkling kind. Maybe. Maybe. Maybe I could. It would be quite lovely. I don't know why it seems like almost everyone has kind of agreed on it. That the Stuffle and Stuffle specifically, but Beware as well. Luxury Ball fits them quite well. Then again, I think I've talked about it before that I would be absolutely wishing that there would be more situations that the Pokeballs would be having like special sending out particles and whatnots. I mean, most of them do. It's just more subtle on some of them than the others, but yeah. There was a time indeed that there was only very few Pokeballs that did do that. So yeah. There do that be. Was a time that Pokeballs didn't do it at all, I would like to say. It's of course like the normal Pokeballs that you use and get easily that they don't have anything going on. But quite a good amount of the other ones do be having special send out animation. And you know, they're not at all the same for every single one of them, which is also very nice. Because that tends to be happening then quite a bit, that they're just, you know, kind of the same. There's nothing really that interesting going about, it's just, you know, the same thing. But yeah. Doesn't need to be anything too bad going on. I'm happy as long as we get, you know, something. Some sort of cool animations. Kind of makes up for it that we don't have like ball capsules or something like that. Which is still such a shame that we don't have them anymore. Very situationally they are there. Oh, if only they would be more there. I would absolutely love it. Seems like again a nice tree coming in these. I think this is the first one. Very nice. Very nice. Love to see a bunch of the target that you're looking for. I don't know. I think even if I do, I want to be mentioning it more. It's just, you know, feels more rewarding in the older games to be seeing the rare target. Because, you know, in Scarlet and Violet it's kind of easy to be getting, you know, the rare target. I mean, there is definitely, at least in some of the older games, there is ways to be boosting sometimes the rarer one. So that do be very nice. But in Sword and Shield, for example, you can't be boosting the rarer one by having like elite Pokemon to be certain or something like that. You can't just be boosting like the rare thing. The only way that you could do is if it has one of the typings that has an ability that will be boosting that type. But there is very few of them. There is honestly quite a good amount of them, but at the same time there is not as many as there could be. You know? Still a decent amount though. Hello! How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. That's good to hear. Yeah, it is full odds as most of my hunts are. It's the same file that I do Dynamax Adventures in. The only way that this wouldn't be full odds if it the Farfetch decides, or anything that decides to be having the aura, because then it has a boosted shiny chance. But it is a rare occurrence in the first place. That will be going on. Nice. The stuff is nice and common in here, unlike the target that I'm after. But as I said plenty of times, this is kind of the best place to be hunting for it anyways. Because any place is as good as this one. At least in here I don't need to be caring that the weather is correct, so that's nice. Unlike in the wild areas. Who's gonna be getting the boosted chance? Even though it's not that much, the only one that is really high to be getting from the aura is far-fetched. Then again, it's quite rare to be seeing them. And then again, I didn't do to be getting the boosted odds to be finding it, I just still do it for the be getting boosted chance at seeing another far-fetched after one. If you KO it, there is quite a good amount of chance that you'll be getting it the next time. Especially on the rarer side of Pokemon. That's nice. I get a nice trade going all about from you then. I get like 3. I'll be happy with 3. It would be kind of funny though to be seeing Galarian Farfetch'd again, like on its own without there being at all the Cantonian one. I doubt it, of course, but It could be kind of cool. Could be kind of cool indeed. Oh, because of course we don't really see, you know, the regional variant of something without like the original one. I don't know, I think like Galarian Farfetch would be having more of a chance than other ones for the reason that it is the one that gets an evolution unlike the normal one. Because the normal one, I would like to say, is quite rare because, you know, people kind of hunted for it or something like that. So yeah. There would that be. It's also kind of interesting to think about that there is also like a very good chance to be getting like Beware in the wild. And also it's one of the Pokemons that is absolutely hilarious to think about that it can be hiding in the hidden grass. I don't know how the Pokemons do that. I would like to know. How can such big Pokemons be hiding in such a small patch of grass? Like, height-wise? Then again, magical creatures. Maybe they only grow big when you actually encounter them? Or then that they are like small? Before that they're small? Yeah. It would be quite interesting that Beware was like so available in this game. I mean, it do be smart that they like, I don't know what happened with them, but it's smart if people did do it that Beware is, you know, mostly on an island. Like the amount that you see most is gonna be only in the island. It's very good. No, people are a little bit more safe indeed. Then again, that island is interesting. There's a bunch of Pokemons there that you wouldn't think that there would be. Then again, if you like actually start to think about it, like islands in Pokemon games, they do be having very interesting Pokemons usually that are also on the rarer side. It do be very interesting indeed. Now there is the thing called a Mirage Island, for example, that kind of started. Surely there was like Seafoam Island that there was already like rare Pokemons in, but there was also, you know, wide ordinary Pokemons there as well. Mirage Island definitely like did kick it in. Be having rare things in Pokemon games to be on islands. Even though the island that I'm talking about right now in this game is in the middle of a lake. But hey, you'll be still there. Oh boy. It's kind of interesting though that why did they decide to be having two nurseries in this game? Or daycares? Because, you know, in some previous Pokemon games there has been, you know, the nursery and, you know, a daycare. One place, you know, where you can level your Pokemon up, but the other place that you will be getting eggs from. And then, you know, we did go back to literally zero of either one of them in Scarlet and Violet. Are we gonna be going into negatives next time? No eggs anymore? I doubt that it's gonna be a thing, like in the next, like, next generation game. I mean, fair enough that there isn't anything in Legends Arceus, and I'm still like thinking that Legends Arceus and Legends EA are gonna be quite similar. So I would like to say that we're gonna be having that could be a thing again, that we don't have any eggs in that game. It's hard to tell. As I said, to be looking forward to be getting new info on it for sure. Be looking forward to that indeed. I don't know why, but I think they just like, if it's concentrated a lot on the fact that we will be building the place, if it's concentrated heavily on that, I have a feeling that something like Stone Churner would be available then. And it would be, I don't know, I would absolutely love to be seeing someday Stone Churner being an inspiration for a building in Pokemon. And also I kind of would be wishing, as much as I like both Stone Churner and the Ice Kyo, I would kind of wish that they wouldn't always be available, both of them. Like maybe one would be available only ability, or it could be like the DLC thing with like Braviary and Manibus situation. They don't need to both be there. I don't know, they seem like Pokemons that could be like weird things that they could be getting another, like, in quotes, a counterpart Pokemon. Even though they aren't really that, like, well known to be, I guess, to be counterpart Pokemons. But usually when they are Western exclusives, it's kind of a counterpart Pokemon then. But usually the case indeed. We'll see. And yeah, there's definitely kind of a possibility that Stone Churner would be getting either a regional variant or something similar to it. And it would be made out of a different material and maybe be a little different shaped. I guess, why not? Ice Q is a little bit harder to be doing, in my opinion, to be getting like similar-ish region variant or whatever thing. Because it is kind of, unique in that way that I don't really know what else could be like similar but different. As I said, stones generally just be made out of different material, be different shaped. Easy. Hmm. I wonder why so much lately there has been. I mean, Chino down here and Stuffle on the other spot. I wonder what the game is trying to be telling me. When you know that'd be the case and everything. I wonder indeed. You know, I wouldn't mind be getting either of them, but they're not unfortunately my target, but you know, it unfortunately do be happening like that sometimes. That don't get your target. I've had happened to me quite a good amount of times indeed. Like that I just first did see like the aura around there. I didn't even see what Pokemon it is. I'm like, Pokemon is yellow and that high. I don't remember a Pokemon to be yellow and that high in here. No, it's just the aura effect. It sometimes goes to like ridiculously high from the Pokemon. I love it. How confusing it is at times. It do be like that. Indeed. What is that Pokemon? I kind of understand like how they or why they did make it to be not fitting for any or every Pokemon. I don't want to be making it to be fitting any Pokemon, so for some it's not gonna be looking the greatest, for some it's like quite bad. And I'm pretty sure there is like a difference between Pokemons, but what is really to be seen. There's nothing in here, okay. Guess there would have been a Farfetch, so then I could have been making the nice thing going about. And you know, it's always smart to be encountering one after another still. Getting an immediate encounter if there is an empty spot indeed. Oh. Is it always you? It's not always you. It's usually a psychic type though, because I think the most that I've been, at least both tomorrow, today and yesterday I did see was the Doddler, and then I did see an Esper in here. So you know, there do that be indeed. Was a strange noise for the exclamation point. It was just like boing, nothing else. Usually something else, but then time it just sounded like boing. You silly game. It just was, you know, so like I guess clean. There wasn't like any echo or anything on that one. It just sounded so strange. And to beat the boing. And again, it kind of can be sounding sometimes strange because I don't hear it too often. In here, indeed. It's not like those explanation. No, not the exclamation. The question marks make a sound or anything. Actually, the only ones that don't actually be making any sounds because of the if you're scared it makes a sound, and the like if it's an aggressive or like you know the explanation point anyways. Because when they are running away, they are doing whatever sound effect it is to be running away. Do be certainly something. I kind of wonder what is the... So why they didn't make any sound effect for the question mark one indeed. Because there certainly is a reason why it is the only one that doesn't make any sound. I don't want to do at some point again, like inverted hunch, you know, inverted colors hunch. Always nice to be doing, at least momentarily, for fun. Be getting my other Joy-Con because I need to be at some point be switching the ghost type. So I don't have to be, you know, KOing the dude. What do you? Yeah, decent amount of progress today for sure. Another, you know, a few hundred encounters closer to the one. Indeed, will be indeed. It's gonna be cool to be seeing. Apparently another boosted Staffel. This is insane. I still have a feeling that today is some sort of special day. Well, Wobbuffets are everywhere. Anything but Farfetch is having the aura. What's going on in here? Who has done something? Probably the cat has done something. Be breaking the game in quite a weird way, to say the least. A weird way to be breaking the game indeed. Swirlix. Excuse me. This is getting a little bit out of hand. Swirlix for you as well. I mean, technically you should be having one of the highest chances anyways, but still. Jeez. So many boosted dudes. So many boosted dudes indeed. One day we'll be hitting the lucky one that is needed for the Farfetch'd. Maybe we'll be getting a face or two before that. Maybe. Always a possibility, for sure. Soon I'll be seeing another boosted Boba Fett. Nah, there ain't no way. There isn't even that many to be going for today, indeed. Nah, it's not gonna be happening. Soon I called it. There is another boosted Boba Fett apparently. Well, I was about to say that soon starts the search for the Farfetch'd, though, to be the last encounter of the day. But I guess, game, once again, you want to prove me wrong and give me another boosted Boba Fett. That is yet to be a pink one, unfortunately. But oh boy, is it funny. I don't honestly know what's going on today with the boosted ones. I'm gonna actually wait. You don't have Aura? Just in case that would have been, you know, back-to-back ones. Would have been kind of insane, but anything is possible. Anything is possible indeed. Yes, here we go. Most likely another day without getting a face. And again, it do be kind of understandable in 4K games where you have to individually be encountering everything, but still, oh boy. But I'm not completely sure what I'll be doing tomorrow. Might be Dynamics Adventures. Might be Dynamics Adventures indeed. Oh, we'll see, we'll see. Thing for sure, I would like to say. Nothing for sure indeed. I'm gonna be earning a little bit earlier today, but I'm not feeling that well today, so better to be ending it now and taking like nice rest. So you know, as I said, that's my way to be preventing from getting anything. Honestly, it works quite a good amount of times. If I just, you know, rest nicely. I'm gonna try to find a Farfetch though. Oh yeah. Going to be ending. I'm feeling like it, of course. No pushing. No pushing way over my limits. Better that way indeed. But still, you know, 750 checks is a very good amount. I'm very proud of that. There it is. There's even 2 Stuffles in here that I can encounter beforehand if I would like to. I'm gonna be seeing if there's gonna be, though, another Farfetch'd coming out of these first, but if not, then, you know, be encountering a Minchino. Ah, okay, it's gonna be a Stuffle. Funny. Would add already the number there because, you know, I'll be encountering the Farfetch'd there indeed. Last check of the day is indeed, unfortunately, a regular older Farfetch'd. But yep. Thank you so much for watching and sticking around. As I said, not completely sure what's going on tomorrow. But something. Have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today. And remember to get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys indeed tomorrow with something, hopefully. Until then, bye.